Why is it not showing up? Is it showing up here? It's not showing up. Why is it not showing up? Is it showing up here? It's not showing up. Why is it not showing up? Is it showing up here? Should work now. It's not showing up. Why is it not showing up? Is it showing up here? Yup, should work now. Yes, Sirski. I missed yesterday. Which is the 14th. Because basically like my whole day went in like helping out with the Diwali lights. But I will not be leaving it completely. I'm thinking of like basically like kind of try to do 2 extra tracks and fill it up with that. So that's going to be my philosophy. If I ever miss a day, I need to do the extra work. I need to do like work, I need to work extra on like some other day. So basically I could either like do 2 core Java sections today after like mock interviews, or I could do like 6 lead code question, or I could do like all 3 tracks today and like put one there. So that's going to be my philosophy. Let's see. I'll decide what I do extra today later on, or if I'll do it today or not even after I finish my first section, because I kind of have an idea of how long lead code takes me. Lead code takes me like as long as like at longest it would take me like an hour and a half to do 3 questions. But what is the variable here is the Java interview prep part. So I need to make sure I do good enough there. I need to watch these 2 mock interviews today, and then I need to do inheritance, polymorphism, encapsulation, and abstraction. I mean, theoretically, it should be pretty easy because I already know everything. And if I can do all this stuff in like 1.5 hours at longest, I think I might even do abstract class interface and constructors so as to cover my missed sections as well. Let's see how that works out. To start from here.
All right, now let's have a mock interview on.
Wait, I did not update yesterday's stuff here. What? I think I did. I think maybe I did not save it. That could be the case. Probably I did not save it. That's probably the case. So I probably did not save the mock interview as well. Uh, mm, yep. That's good enough. I'll actually get my notes as well because today's stuff is like heavily something. Today's stuff includes heavily like stuff that I've already done, so. Oh, it opens it up on like the page I left. That's actually genuinely pretty nice. Let's see how that looks. I mean, that's what I remember. Yeah. This will be inheritance. I need to
These OOPS topics. Here are the question. Again, they are very indirect, short, and scenario-based questions. And again, my suggestion is to first listen to the question, pause the video, think about your own answer, then watch my answer and compare it with your own answer. Okay? So that is the way. Let's start with the first question. How can private methods in a superclass be accessed in a subclass? Think the answer is here.
How can private methods in a superclass be accessed in a subclass? Bro, he did not even talk to us about like inheritance and subclasses. So like, why is he asking like a question like that? But how can private methods in a superclass? I think it was like the access resolution operator. I think the double is two thing. What is it called? Scope resolution operator, right? Was it in Python or was it in Java? I'm pretty sure that was in Java, like scope resolution.
Private method in a superclass cannot be directly accessed or overridden by a subclass. That is not possible. But there is an alternative approach, and here it is. You can see we have the superclass with a private method with private access specifier, and then we are extending the superclass in the subclass, and there we have the same method. But this is with the same method means the name is same, but it is a completely different method. Java will treat this method as a different method from the above one. Okay, it is like the redefining of the method. So this is an alternative approach for redefining the same name method if the above method is private. Can you explain?
Bro, can you not use like scope resolution thing? Scope resolution. Was it operator in C++? I thought it was in Java too. Method reference used to call method by reference to help us start. Okay, so it does not work for like private classes. How can private methods in superclass be accessed in a subclass? How can methods in a superclass be used in a subclass? With a difference. Private void print, private dot access. Fully static void main string or system out printer in the class of sp dot access. Oh wow, wait a minute. So if you use the private method in a method that's public, you could use the public method to call the private method. What the fuck? What's even the point of something like this, bro? Yeah, the private method is private in the super. And we extend that class when I create a subclass. I try to. The private should not be accessed. How did the private a subclass does not inherit the private. However, if subclass has public or accessing its private fields, these can also. Both fields and methods, therefore, a public or protected instance. Okay, so it has an indirect access. Okay. You could like do a public proxy, but this guy did not even talk about a public proxy. He just basically copied the entire method, bro. Do I note this down? Is it like something that should be noted down? I'm thinking. Hmm. Okay. So maybe I'll note this down. I'm not sure. Like, would I remember this stuff? Like, if somebody in an interview 2 months from now asks me if you need to use a private function, like a private method, in a subclass, would I be able to tell, like, just make like a public method which calls the private method in the class, and then the object could like just call that public method, and the private method would just be accessed by itself because it's in the public method. So it's an indirect access kind of a thing. So right now I understand the concept, but would I be able to remember it without noting this shit down? Not sure. I don't really even care that much. I could make like a small like a thing, like small note. But I could just write it where, but there's no space here. Fuck it, bro. Do I really care about that one that much? Okay, I'll just like write down a small note. I don't even know if I'll ever read this, but why not? So I'll write like private methods can't directly be called by a subclass, but if we make a public proxy of the private method and then call that public proxy, we can indirectly call the private method. Yup. Class private important private void print check public void access print. We'll call this proxy for a private method. Yeah, we could. All right.
if the above method is private. Can you explain a scenario where this keyword is required?
I mean, yes, any scenario where you have a getter setter method I mean, that's not
think
that
and you already know
hard.
the answer. Here is the code of this keyword use. Okay, the answer is this keyword is required inside the setter functions or the constructors when there is a naming conflict between the instance variable this and the parameter received from.
That's really
Avoid this
not a
naming.
good
What would
question.
happen if you do not explicitly define a package in a Java class?
What would happen if you do not explicitly define a package in a Java class? I think it would be like there is a default package, which is like the environment. So all like undefined classes are like considered in that particular
Think
default package.
like this. Suppose here is the package
Yeah.
name and you do not write it. Actually, you do not write it. So what will happen? In this case, this class will be placed in the default package. Okay. And classes in the default package means they have the package private access. Meaning now this main class will only be accessed by the other classes in this same default package. In a way, you can say that you cannot access this main class outside of the Java folder package, this default Java folder package. Because if you try to access this main class outside Java package folder, then you have to write the import condition, right? Import Java package dot. But this class do not have a package, so how you can export it, right? So that is what will happen. And here I have also written, if you don't explicitly define basically whatever I have explained, that is written here also.
Okay. I'll write down like a short note about like this as well. If you don't explicitly define a package for a Java class. So for some reason he has not included these like question notes in the fucking PDF, which is like actually annoying a bit. Like for the last one he did, this one he did not. Define a package in a Java class. The class is placed in the default package and can only be accessed by the class in the same default package and can only be accessed by other same default package.
Basically whatever I have explained, that is written here also. How to make a class private in Java? Think. And the answer is very simple. Just use the private keyword with class name like this. Right? Wrong. Actually, here is the code and you can see that
To make a class private.
Compiler will give an error if you will use the private keyword with some outer class, regular class. Okay, this is the compiler error. Only the nested, the inner class can be made private in Java. Okay, that is a rule. And the same thing is written here also. What happens if you define a setter method but not a getter method for a class? What is the compiler outer class given is written here.
A top level class cannot be private, only nested classes can be made private. Okay. This be made private.
Also. What happens if you define a setter method but not a getter method for a class? Okay, think. So here like this, we have the setter method which is setting.
I mean, it does not matter, right? You could just set it, but like there would not be like a getter thing, right? Like, yeah, you can set like something if you want to, and if there's no need to get it, you might not make a get method, right? But at the same time, like at least in Eclipse, it creates the getters and setters in set. Like it creates them both together. Like if you don't have a need to get the particular thing, if you try to get
The
it,
field,
it's not gonna
but
work.
we do not have the getter method. So in this case, the code will execute the web or main method. You will not write the same thing to these getter and setter methods also. And you can
Between a
see
field and a property.
fields are variable declared inside the class, right? That's it. Now what are properties? These getter and setter methods are properties only. Okay, in like we also call them properties. Getter setter methods, we also call them properties. They are like the abstraction on the fields. Okay, basically they are manipulating, getting, setting fields only. So abstraction on fields, and the same thing is written here.
A variable is known as a field in a Java class, and getter setters for that field is known as properties. Aberdeen. What the fuck is an Aberdeen, bro? For some reason, Aberdeen is in my head. For Aberdeen, it's a place in Scotland. Oh, I might have like heard about it when playing GeoGuessr. Aberdeen, Aberdeen, Aberdeen.
Great. Now here is a very important principle of OOPS inheritance. Here I covered almost all the important.
So I've done the second set of tests. Yep. Now we are at inheritance and the things. Finally starting with like actual stuff, bro. Where did I write inheritance notes myself? I did polymorphism before inheritance for no reason. For fun. I mean, inheritance is pretty basic. I don't think I need to write that many notes for it, but I think I'll just do it.
Questions of inheritance in a step-by-step learning order, so that even if you are new to inheritance, still you will be able to understand all of these. And if you are experienced, then just watch and revise your concepts. Question list is long, looks long, but it will not take much time. After completing this question, you will be more confident about the inheritance. So let's start with the first question. What is inheritance and when to use inheritance in real applications? Very important and very frequently used concept in real applications. Let's learn by one real example. Suppose one company wants to create one employee management system application like this. Okay. Now the company has two types of employees. One is permanent employees and temporary employees. For that, in the application, they have created two classes. One is permanent employee class with fields experience and functions get experience, set experience, calculate salary, and do fun. Okay. And another class is for temporary employees. Temporary employee class.
Inheritance is creating a parent child relation between two classes where child class are automatically the property the method of the parent. Yes. We use multiple fields and methods from super class. Okay.
Field experience, some functions are there which is similar to permanent employee class, but this do work is a different function. Okay, so only few functions are different and most of the functions you can see are same in permanent employee and temporary employee class. So great. Now the question is, why to have the duplicate functions with similar code in multiple classes? Alright, so to remove these duplicate functions from these classes, we will use the concept of inheritance. Now listen carefully. Like this, a base class, employee class will be created, and all the common fields like experience was common, and the common function, get experience, set experience, and calculate salary. So all these common functions will be placed in this parent class employee. Now, definitely, I will show you in the upcoming question the real code, but let's understand the concept. So, after setting up this employee class, we will set the parent-child relationship between the class, parent and child class. Now, the child class will automatically get and inherit the fields and functions of the base class. Okay, like a rich kid automatically inherit money from his rich parents, right? Even without having it. So then you can remove the written
What
functions
kind
from
of
both of
example is
their
that?
child classes, the duplicate function, because it is already present in their base class. And yes, remember, base, super, parent class are the same thing. Similarly, child, derived, and subclass are the same thing. Now, what will happen when you will create the object of these child classes? Then you will automatically get the functions of their base classes also. Even those functions are not present here in the
Get it.
child classes, and that is the use of inheritance. Okay, this will enable the code reusability. Duplicate code is not required in multiple classes. Great. Now let's conclude the definition of inheritance. Inheritance is creating a parent-child relationship between two classes, where child class will automatically get the properties and method of parent class. Okay. When should inheritance be used in application? The answer is for code reusability purpose. Multiple subclasses can reuse fields and methods from a superclass or a base class. So that is inheritance at conceptual level, and in the upcoming question, I will show you the implementation of this.
I think I'll just write out this one example.
How to implement inheritance in Java.
Resistance keyword to setup. Public class employee private int exp public int get exp turn exp public void set exp, and the set exp would have an input int exp. This dot exp equals exp. Public double calculate salary. Public double calc salary. Calc is short form for calculator, by the way, but I'm using it for calculate. Int salary equals exp into 50k return salary. Public class perm employee extends employee. Public void status system out println permanent. Public static void main string args. Perm employee perm emp equals new perm employee. So we are creating a perm employee object. PE equals new perm employee. Perm employee PE dot status all the class on method. Superclass method automatically labeled for subclass of this. P dot set exp double salary equals pe dot calc salary. Int, why did we use int salary in the double thing, bro? It returns the integer salary as a double. Not sure. Double salary equals you know calc system out println salary. What are the different types of inheritance? When to use what? Fuck, man. Different types of inheritance. So, wow. Single inheritance, parent to child, multi-level inheritance.
Now I will show you the code how to implement. Okay, so here is the code. First here, create a parent class employee like
Parent,
this. Okay.
child,
Now
when child
this parent class, inside this parent class, define
Parent.
all the fields, common fields, and then the getter setter functions, which I already explained, and then some other functions like the calculate salary here. I have created one separate function. Now create one another Java file for permanent employee class, which we will set as the child class of the employee class. Okay. To set for making the relationship, use the extend keyword like this. So now this will be the child class and this employee will be the parent class. Now all the methods and properties of this parent employee class will be inherited in this child permanent employee class. Okay, then this permanent employee class can have its own unique methods also. Okay, so unique methods you can put like this, do fun, and whose body is defined here only. Then inside the main function, this is the main function, create the object of this permanent employee class like this. Now you can call the own method do fun like this, which is very normal. You can call the do fun by the permanent employee object because do fun is present here. But the object of permanent employee class can also call the methods of superclass or base class like this. See, this set experience method is from the base class employee and this calculate salary method is also from the base class. Still permanent employee object is able to call them. There is no error, and that is inheritance. Now you can print also like this salary which we are getting from this calculate salary method. We are just printing, and if I run the code, then in the output we can get from having fun from do fun method and 25,000 from the calculate salary method. Okay. So that is the way how we can implement the inheritance. Now I have pasted the same code in the book also here. This is the same code, and I have also pointed out here how employee is set as the base and how permanent employee is set as the child class. Okay, and I have also written here the simplest answer to set up the parent-child relationship between the classes. Use extend keywords to set up parent-child relationship between the classes. The answer is very simple. Use extend keyword. Okay, so if you are new, just try it once, and if you already know some of things, then I think it's a good revision for you. Right? That's it. What are the different types of inheritance? When to use what? This is a very important question from interview point of view. So let's explore it quickly. The first type of inheritance is single inheritance, where you will be having one parent class and only one child class. Single. Okay. So here is the code. See, we have one parent one class, and in the child one class, we are extending the parent one class. Okay. This is normal type of inheritance, which we already know. The next type of inheritance is multi-level inheritance. And here is the illustration where we have one parent one class, then one child, and after that we again have one child 2 class, which is like a grandchild. Okay, and here is the code implementation. See, one parent one class, child 1 is extending parent 1 and child 2 is extending child 1. Okay, so like this. So that is how multi-level inheritance is. And here is very one important thing. Here this child 2 class, which is like a grandchild, will automatically get all the methods of the child 1. Yes, right, and even the parent 1 also. Okay, that is the important thing. So meaning child 2 class have no need to extend the parent 1 class separately. Okay.
Hierarchical inheritance.
Now the third type of inheritance is
hierarchical
inheritance. And here is the illustration where we have one parent one class, and which class is inherited in this multiple child classes, child 1, child 2, child 3, multiple can be. Okay, this is the most used and the most popular type of inheritance for reusability purpose. Alright, so here is the code. Here is the parent 1 class, which is inherited both in the child 1 parent 1 and then child 2 also parent 1 only. Now see, one function in parent 1 will be reused in multiple child classes. That is the benefit. After this, we have one hybrid inheritance also, which is like the combination of multi-level and hierarchical inheritance only. Great, I think now you know the types of inheritance in Java. And yes, there is one more type of inheritance which we call multiple inheritance, not multiple level, multiple. But Java does not support multiple inheritance. Now why Java don't allow multiple inheritance? That we will cover in upcoming question.
Prepare handle a class card and attributes and methods from more than one parent class with Java does not.
What is multiple inheritance? Does Java support it? Very interesting question. Here you can see the diagram of multiple inheritance. Here this child class can trying to inheriting more than one base classes, parent classes. Okay, but this is not allowed in Java. A child class cannot extend or inherit more than one base class. Here is the code implementation of the same example. Two parent classes, parent class 1, parent class 2, and one child class which is trying to extend parent class 1, parent class 2. And this will, if you will try this code, then it will show you the compile time error. Okay, you cannot put here more than one class. Second class is not allowed. Okay, now the question is, why does not Java
Multiple inheritance. Not allowed in Java.
support multiple inheritance? What is the problem with this approach? Okay, that we will check out in upcoming question. Why does Java does not support multiple inheritance of
Out in Java.
classes? What is diamond problem? Thinking question it is. So let's try to quickly understand the code example. Here is the illustration of multiple inheritance, you know, right? And here is the code, the same code of multiple inheritance, where we are trying to
Can lead to the diamond problem in a confusion with child inheritance from two parents that have the same name method. Okay. Multiple inheritance can lead to the diamond no AC. Diamond problem. Confusion arises if a child class inherits from two parent classes. It's,
extend two classes. Okay, but Java obviously will show the compile time error. But for a second, just assume that Java is allowing the multiple inheritance and it is accepting this to multiple classes. Okay, now here you listen carefully. If you notice here, both these parent 1 class and parent 2 class having the same method, method 1. See, the body is different, but the name of the method, method 1 is same. Okay, in this situation, if the child class, if we create the object of the child class like this, inside the main method we are creating the object of the child class, and then we are calling the method 1, then which method 1 it is? It is method 1 from the parent class 1 or it is from the parent class 2. So that is the problem, and that is the naming conflict we can say. And we also call it a diamond problem. Okay, like this, because here will be the conflict that which method it is. So to avoid this problem and keep the code simple and avoid the complexity, Java does not support multiple inheritance. So there are many other reasons also, but this is the simplest and the top reason. The same thing I explained here in written also, and you can read it. It is the same thing.
why do I feel like the diamond problem was something different, like a bit different from what he's explaining? Like I remember there was like a super class that was like just delta extends. What's the problem again? With a serious ambiguity. Yeah, but the ambiguity is like Java multiple inheritance ambiguity problem. Opry-Miller, who the fuck is Opry-Miller? Class A has void show, and class B and class C both override void show. No, class D had void show, and class B and class C both override void show. Then class A, which is going to have the void show at the end. Which one would it take? Would it take the overridden version by C or B? I mean, I guess it's the same thing, but yeah. Yeah. All right.
Now the question is there any other way of achieving this multiple inheritance in Java? And the answer is yes, and that we will explore in upcoming question.
So does he talk about interfaces at all? Like, has he ever talked about an interface? The abstract class and interface, he talks about them here. Constructors.
What is the alternative to achieve multiple inheritance in Java? This is the ultimate question asked in many interviews, and the answer is here in this diagram. Okay, Java supports multiple inheritance of interfaces, meaning at maximum only one parent class is accepted for the child class, but you can add multiple.
Ooh. Multiple interfaces and maximum one parent class can be inherited. Java supports multiple inheritance of interfaces. So multiple interfaces and maximum one class can be inherited. I mean, from what I remember, I don't remember interfaces very well since I have not like used them that much. But from what I remember, an object cannot directly be instantiated using an interface. An interface is just like a template for a class. So a lot of classes can inherit like one interface. If the interface just only has like fields and member functions that like do like a similar like do like a task. So like a vehicle could be an interface with like multiple classes that extend that interface, like car and bike. But the way it's different from a class is by the fact that like it's just like a template, so an object cannot be instantiated for an interface directly, but an object for a class can be instantiated, right? That's basically it, right? Can an object be instantiated for an interface? In Java, you can't already instantiate an interface because it does not have a complete implementation of its methods. However, you can create an instance of class that implements the interface. Yeah, so it's basically like does not have like complete implementation. It could have it, but mostly it is not. It just like has like I don't think it even could have it. Okay, it could have it, but usually it does not because like there are methods that are like going to be changed depending on which class is extending the interface, right? So I mean it's pretty basic. But what was the difference between abstract class and interface then? I'm not sure about that. So does he talk about wrapper classes at all?
Multiple inherit.
He does not talk about wrapper classes. So amazing, man.
Tens, 1, 2, 3, 4, any numbers. You can say you can implement. For interfaces, we use the word implement, and for classes, we use the word extend. Okay. So let me quickly show you the code also. So suppose you have a parent class like this. Okay. So here we have a parent
Oh
class.
no,
And we have a
extend is
parent
for
method
class and
inside it.
implement. is
Then
for-
we have two interfaces. They are separate. Okay. You can create different files for them. And inside the interfaces, we only declare the methods. If you are new to interfaces, I will cover them separately. Then you can revisit this question. Okay. Now in the child class, like this is the child class. You can extend only and only one parent class like this, but you can implement multiple. Okay. Create different files for them. And inside the interfaces, we only declare the methods. If you are new to
Yeah.
interfaces, I will cover
Okay.
them
Yeah.
separately.
Okay. So we do not. I guess. Can we not only declare methods in interface and no method have an implementation? I think only static methods. However, with the introduction of default method in Java, not all node must be explicit. Okay. Okay, so before Java 8, I guess something like that.
Then you can revisit this question. Okay. Now in the child class, like this is the child class, you can extend only and only one parent class like this, but you can implement multiple interface.
Okay. I guess I'll write the code down for this one, bro. Class, parent class, public void parent method. Sys out. Parent method. Interface 1 void method 1. Interface 2 void method 2. Bro, I can't believe like I got a back in like my third semester though, because whenever like I'm doing this stuff, I just like get reminded of like the second, third semesters. Like I started learning this shit then because I think yeah, Oops and DSA were in the third semester, right? Or were they in second? Maybe I'm not sure. No, they were in third. I'm pretty sure they were in the third semester. Yeah. And fourth semester I had Java. And fifth I had advanced Java, I think, and sixth I had something else. But yeah, I mean, I just like remember of like that third semester days, bro. I was like studying in the class too. Like compared to the second semester, I had done most of the work in the class. So I did not like, I don't know, to like anything for math, but I don't know how to. I tried to tackle math like tackled other subjects, and that just did not work out. Like math, you need to like practice, bro. Like you need to like know how to solve the question. Like even if you don't practice, you should like look at like multiple different types of questions and how to tackle them using those particular formulas and stuff. Ah, fuck. Why am I remixing on the pasta?
Says interface is 1, 2, like this.
Let's see.
So this is not exactly the multiple inheritance, but it's like an alternative to multiple inheritance. Okay. And yes, as the rule of the interfaces inside the class, child class, you have to implement them. Okay, implement the methods which are just declared here. You have to implement them in the derived class.
Public void method 1, public void method 2. Man, I miss being in university preparing for exams and shit, bro. Job is so much more boring comparatively. I like so much more free time in university, and even those like crutch times when I needed to like just study for an exam, those felt worth it because it's like just one day of like hard work for like a good test, right? And like, you maybe need to do that like 3, 4, 5 times every semester. So in general, it was fire, bro. Interface 2, void method 2. Class, child class, extends parent class, implements interface 1, comma, interface 2. Wait a minute, do interface need to always have like a capital letter and a star? I guess they follow like the same naming convention as a class, but interface 2. Public void implementation of method.
Okay, great. So that is the logic and that is the alternative way to implement the multiple inheritance via the interfaces in Java. Great. So now all the code I have pasted here in the book also. Like this, I have pointed out how the multiple interfaces can be implemented.
Oh, wait a minute, I think I did a do final method already for like variables. Okay, so it's like the same thing. Okay. So it can not only be used with variables. So I want, or in my notes I use it with just a variable. So I'll update it basically. So for the constant is final, static is with those. This keyword was different. Restrict changing values.
And here I have also written the conclusion. Java support multiple inheritance of interfaces. So multiple interfaces and maximum one parent class can be inherited. That's it. Here is a short question. How to prevent a class from being inherited? If you have a class like this, final class, okay, then you can use the final keyword in the class to block. Meaning, now if you try to extend this class in this final subclass, then it is not possible and it will show you the compilation error from Java. Alright, you can try this code, very simple, final keyword you have to remember. So the answer is, in Java, you can prevent a class from being inherited by using the final keyword. The same thing. That is the answer.
Okay.
Congratulations on completing the previous chapter. Now we will cover many questions from the polymorphism principle of OOPS. I know the question list is very long, but the most important ones are the method overloading and the method overriding. The rest of the questions are very short and simple and scenario based and will not take that much time, okay? So without wasting time, let's start with the first question. What is polymorphism?
Polymorphism. Basically method overloading and method overriding, right? Like runtime and compile time polymorphism, static and dynamic polymorphism, whatever you wanna call it.
Let me explain with an example. Suppose we have a calculator class like
Okay, let me see how much time it took me just to do one section. Bro, it took me like 57 minutes to inherit. It's like one page worth of work, bro. Like, I cannot believe it takes me that much time, bro. Each page, bro. Like, okay, I slowed down a bit, but still, man. 1 hour is too much for this vlog, bro. 20 minutes, 25 minutes at most, bro. I must subscribe to vlog using it like this. Abstraction, everything. It was only like an 18-minute section too, bro. Like not even a big section, bro.
this, and inside it we have various functions like multiply, add, minus, right? Now if you notice here, we can have multiple add functions with the same name, but they are doing different things. One is adding 2 integers, just imagine the body, these are the parameters, okay? The second is adding 2 doubles, and the third add is adding 3 integer. So this is called multiple forms of a single and same name thing. So having multiple forms of the same name field or function is called polymorphism, okay? Now you may ask one question, why should we keep their names same? We can have different names for them. So for example, this can be add 2 integers, this can be add 2 doubles, this can be add 3 integers. So then we don't need polymorphism, right? But then your code will be very, very bad looking and it will not be readable. Add 4 integers. So what kind of method name is this, right? Therefore, we should not have different names for same kind of things. And for handling the same name function, we have polymorphism. Okay, so here is the simplest definition of polymorphism. Polymorphism is the ability of a function to take multiple forms. Okay, multiple forms means the function name is same, but it can have multiple variations. Okay, body can be different. Now in the next question, which is very important from interview point of view, and that is the types of polymorphism which we are going to explore. What are the types of polymorphism? Very important question. If you remember, polymorphism means having multiple forms of the same name function like this, right? Now we have 2 types of polymorphism. The first one is the compile time polymorphism, and second is the runtime polymorphism. Okay, compile time polymorphism is again of 2 types: method overloading and operator overloading. Now here, this example which I explained here, This is the example of the method overloading. Okay, this calculator class, single class, and inside we have multiple functions with same name. That is overloading method. Okay, and then we have the operator overloading, which means that operators like plus, minus, divide, they can also have the different forms, but that is possible in C++ operator overloading. In Java operator, you cannot overload the operator. Okay, then
Oh
we
yeah, I
have the runtime
remember
polymorphism.
operator overloading from fucking C++, bro. That shit was terrible, bro. I remember trying to do that. And like, bro, we learned C++ before Java in college, so bro, it was just terrible too. Bro, I don't even remember how we performed operator overloading. Was some like crazy ass shit was happening. Thank God I don't mean C++, man.
We have the method overriding as its type. Now, here is one suggestion. Initially, when I started my career, I was not aware of these compile time and runtime words. So I was just say that method overloading and method overriding are the types of polymorphism, and that is also like a 90% correct answer. But now I will cover all of these things, like what is compile time, what is runtime, why method overloading is compile time, and what is static early binding and late binding. So that all I will cover in the upcoming questions. Okay. What is method overloading, how to implement it, and when to use it. So as I explained in this diagram earlier, the methods with the same name inside the same class, that is the example of the method overloading. Okay, now let's check how to implement the same class example calculator class in the code. So here we have first we type, then we have same but loaded add method, but this time it is accepting 3 parameters, okay, of integer type. So basically this is overloading, all right, where you are creating overloaded methods of the same name but their parameters types or the number of parameters are different. Okay, now inside the main function you can create the instance of the calculator class like this, and then you can call all the above 3 methods like something like this, and you can print the result. That's why I directly put it inside the println command. Okay, now if I run this, then you will get the expected output from the first, second, and third method. So that is how overloading works. Okay, so So basically the compiler matches your method calling with the above defined method and run. That is what is overloading and how we implement it. And then here I have pasted the whole code, which I just did it in front of yourself. And here is the definition of method overloading. Method overloading occurs when there are multiple methods with the same name, with the same
Bad time. I needed to see. I needed to see the, yeah, the search map. Where did they take the search thing, bro? Fuck, man.
Same class but with different parameter list. So that is the answer to this question.
When to use it? To call method late binding, early binding. I remember that from class.
Why do we call method overloading as a type of compile time or early binding? So let me explain this from the codes. दोबारा से यार ठीक है. Why do we call method overloading a type of this from the codes? दोबारा से यार ठीक है. Why do we call method overloading as a type of compile time or early binding? So let me explain this from the codes. दोबारा से यार ठीक है. Why do we call method overloading a type of compile time or early binding? Here is the type of polymorphism and we are calling method overloading as compile time. So let's see in the code. Why do we call method overloading as a type of compile time or early binding? So let me explain this from the codes. दोबारा से यार ठीक है. ठीक है. यार दोबारा से यार.
Boy, hell, brother. Boy lost his composure. Like, what? Why
The
you?
codes. दोबारा से यार ठीक है. Why do we call method overloading a type of compile time or early binding? Here is the type of
Got method as type. The types of parameter are different. Method overloading versus method overriding. I think I'll just make a big comparison between method overloading and method overriding. Need to check my email as well for the Cloud Keeper interview. I've not had any, not heard about anything yet. Between 7th and October. I think I've used custom annotations. No, I've only used like override. Yeah, I don't know what deprecated is. Okay, okay, okay. Bro, can't believe I'm like still doing stuff that I was doing in like third semester, bro. I did this overloading, overriding in fucking third semester, bro. Public int and
Polymorphism, and we are calling method overloading as compile time. So let's see.
Why do we call method overloading as type of compile time? It happens at compile time, okay. In how many ways can a method be overloaded? Yeah, that's like I mean, it's double A int b. It's not like, yeah. I mean, yeah. Then it's like completely different with different data types, right?
In the code the reason for this. Okay, here is my previous example where I explained you the method overloading. Right now, here when I created the calc object, after that I'm calling the add method. Now, when I passed two integer parameters inside it, 5 and 10, right? Now listen,
Calc
while looking
method
at
you
these
got.
parameters only, the Java compiler will know that this will happens before runtime, run here, so that next time you do not need to watch the whole video again. Now in the upcoming question, I will explain how many ways are there to overload a method. In how many is there, and double is also there, but the order of the parameters are different. Okay, so wait, that is the answer to this questions. The ways, if two of the same methods have different return types, then are the methods are overloaded? So it's a short and tricky question. So let's see the code here. Going here. Coming question, we will explore the method overriding. What is method overriding? This is a very important question and concept. We already know method overriding is a object of overriding in Java allows a before method allows a subclass or child class to provide a specific or different implementation of a method that is already defined in its superclass or base class. Great. Now in the upcoming question, we will quickly see the method overriding implementation in code. Before method overriding implementation, here is a quick scenario-based question. Why to use method overriding? Why don't we have different name methods in parent class and child class? Okay, so meaning, suppose here is the diagram of method overriding, which I already explained. Now the question is, why to use the same name calculate salary in the temporary class also, which is exactly same as the base class method. We can also create a fresh new method like calculate salary for temporary employee, structured, readable, and organized. And the same thing is written here. So that's the answer to this question. How to implement method overriding. Now let's quickly see the code and how to implement the method overriding of the same employee example. Okay. Suppose we have an employee parent class, okay, and like this, we have two methods inside it. One is calculate salary, which is salary is 100,000, 1 lakh, and another is office timings, which is printing this line, okay. This is the base class. Now there is another file, temporary employee class. Now this temporary parameters. Great. Now in the upcoming question, very short question here. Why we call method overriding as a runtime or late binding? See, here is the same code which I explained when I explained the difference between method. What are the 5 differences between overloading and overriding? Very, very important question asked in many interviews. And that's why I am asking 5 differences, not 1 or 2 differences. They are not enough. Because if you know a question is important, then prepare as much as you can, right? Okay, so here first I will show you the side-by-side code. Here is the code of the method overloading, which I already explained. And here is the code of method overloading base class. And here is the child class of it. Okay, now I will point the differences here. And in the next slide, all differences are written. The first and the most important difference is that in method overloading, multiple methods with the same name are there, but they are present in the same and single class. Yes, only one class is required for method overloading. Okay. Whereas in method overriding, if you see, method names are same. Okay, and their signature is also same, but they are present in different class. So basically, we override the parents class method in child class, and in overloading, so that we have only one class. Second difference is that in overloading, methods have the same name, but the parameter signature is different. Okay, meaning either the parameter type is different or the number of the parameters are different, right? But in method overriding, the method signature and name both must be same. Okay, nothing should be different. Then the third difference is method overloading is compile time polymorphism since it is identified at compile time. But method overriding is runtime polymorphism because it is identified at runtime. This I explained in previous question. Next difference is method overloading, you do not need any annotation or any special keyword, right? Whereas in method overriding, this override annotation and keyword you require, okay, in the child class above the overridden method. So basically it is overriding the superclass or base class method. Last difference is that constructors of the classes can be overloaded, okay? Multiple constructors can be overloaded. Whereas constructors of the classes, base class, cannot be overridden in the derived class. And yes, constructors I will explain in upcoming questions separately. That is slightly more advanced, this last difference. But yes, these are the difference, and all these same differences I have written here in the next slide of the book. Understanding the concept is very important, but when a question is very important, then we should also remember some theory, okay? This information in this book will help you in doing the quick and fastest revisions for your interviews, and at least you will remember 3 to 4 differences at least. I recommend that. What are annotations in Java? Sometimes we already know things, but we don't know the right name used for it. Suppose you have a parent class like this, employee class, and then you have a child class of that parent class. Now here, when you override the method, then you just use this thing, @override. And this is called annotation. This @ denote annotation. See, by putting this override annotation means you are informing the compiler about the function, that what actually it is. It's an overridden function, right? That you are informing to the Mr. Compiler, okay, as a developer. So the definition of annotation is, annotation in Java are a form of metadata that provide
Hmm. The @ symbol.
information about a program function to the compiler. Metadata is like the information about something which you are providing to here. In this case, you are providing to the compiler. Okay. The second point is that annotations are declared using the @ symbol. Okay, so wherever you look, see @, that is annotation. All right. Now there are two types of annotation. One is built-in annotation, for example, override, deprecated, suppress warnings, etc. These are built-in, provided by the Java. Second are the custom annotation, which are basically we as a Java developer, we can also create our own annotations. Okay, so that is the simple answer to this question. Congratulations on completing the
Yeah, I had better notes for inheritance and polymath. ये तो क्या लगा मैं तो जनरली पूरा पूरा दिन लगा हुआ था ना इन चीज़ों में एक एक करके मैं बस टॉपिक्स को कटा रहा था धीरे धीरे wow I did quite a bit for Hexaville. Not a lot of it was fast. I mean, the first two interviews were nice. And that's the first time. Sadly, my last interview was taken by a bitch. I don't think I'll write down about. I can make a small note about annotations. What's the time? Oh, only in 30 minutes I was able to do the next one. I mean, yeah, because Nation. just want to listen to these Oyasumi Punpun OST. Holy fuck, bro.
Previous chapter, now we will cover questions from the encapsulation and abstraction principle
Encapsulation and abstraction. This is a smaller section, so I like that.
of OOPS in a step-by-step manner. I am covering both these concepts in the same chapter because many have confusions between these two. Okay, so let's remove that confusion and let's compare them. So let's start with the first question. What is encapsulation? Let me show you a very good example. You know the capsule medicine, okay, which contains two colors and two different medicines inside it like this, right? To cure some disease, you must take both these medicines together, and therefore the capsules are invented. If you only take one medicine, then there can be the side effects, right? Similarly, to create a good software or web application, encapsulation is a combination of function and data, or you can say fields, okay? So meaning if you let the client or some other method access the data directly, then your application security can be in danger, your data can be in danger, okay? You must pass the data by first combining it with a function and then pass it. Okay, in other words, if you have a class with fields and function inside it, so do not let the fields accessible outside the class directly. Rather, use the getter and setter functions to wrap the field or data within the function and then only allow the access of the fields via the functions to the outside the functions, classes, client, anything. Finally, here is the definition, simplest definition. Encapsulation is the bundling of data, fields, and functions into a single unit. Okay, single unit. Great. Now in upcoming question, I will show you how to implement encapsulation in code. How to achieve encapsulation or implementing encapsulation in Java. Let me show you the code example. And yes, if you already have understanding of getter and setter methods, then you already know 70% of the answer. Okay. Now suppose you have an employee class like this, and in inside that, you have the experience field, which is also called data. Both are same thing, okay? Like this. Now inside the main method or in any other class, when you create the object of this employee class, like this, you can create object, okay, this EMP is the object. Then you should not set the experience field, above field inside there like this. emp object name dot field name equal to. So this is directly setting, which is not recommended. Okay, first you have to make sure your experience field, your field should be private, so that your field is not accessible outside this class to make it secure. Then define a setter method like this to set the above experience field with the value which you are receiving in the parameter here using this keyword. Okay, so this is setter method. Then you have to use the getter method. This is getter method to get the value of the field experience. Okay, now from the main method to set the value of the field, like this you can call the setter method, and here you have to pass the experience in the parameter argument which will receive here in the parameter, and then your experience field is set. Okay, after setting the field, you will use the getter method like this to get the field value. Okay, this will call the getter method here, which will return the field value experience, which you can also manipulate. That's why that's an example. Okay, so that is how you can use the private field and the getter setter methods to implement encapsulation in your programs. Okay, application. And yes, now the same code I have here mentioned, the same code it is. Okay, and the same answer I have written here also. Encapsulation can be achieved by using access modifier private, so that your field can be private, and then getters and setters methods. Okay, great. Now in the upcoming question I will quickly show you some advantages of implementing encapsulation in your project. What are the advantages of encapsulation in Java? First advantage is data hiding. Encapsulation allows an object to hide its data because all interaction will be performed through the methods or functions, right? Not directly with the data, right? First advantage is, so data is hiding. Okay. Second is modularity. So by encapsulating data and functions together, you can create a self-contained modules. meaning both things together are easy to manage and structure, data and functions, right? Third advantage is increased security. So by restricting access to data directly, encapsulation helps in protecting your data. All right. Then we have reusability. So encapsulation allows components or models to be reused across different parts of your application. Then the last advantage, we have controlled access. So by defining the methods to access or modify the data, you can actually apply some rules and constraints like how your data should be accessed and how your data should be manipulated. So inside the function, you can write those rules. Okay. So meaning data validation. I already explained this in previous question that data validation can be there. Great. So that is the theoretical answer to this question. And also I have written here all the statements so that later when you revise, then you can easily map if you are missing something at that point of time. Okay. What is abstraction? How do you implement abstraction? So let me quickly explain with the help of an example. Suppose you are a web developer. You created one web application. Okay. You have the functionality and the code, right? Code is providing the functionality. Now, suppose there is an end user of your application which is accessing your application and using it. Now, here you notice users are only aware about the functionality. Okay. They are not aware about the code, and especially if that is the backend code. And that is a very excellent thing, right? Why to show the complex code to the user? And if you are showing, it's not a security issue also, if it is so, because if user will know the code, then they might try to hack it. Okay, so hiding these background details or complex implementation is called abstraction. It's a concept. Okay, it's a general concept applicable anywhere. Okay, so here is the definition of abstraction. Abstraction means showing only required things and hiding the background details. All right, and as I said, it's a very general thing, so it is applied outside also. For example, here is another example. Here a car driver knows how to drive the car, right? But the complex settings of the engine is hidden from the driver. Car driver do not need to know the complex working of the engine just to drive the car. All right, so that is the benefit of abstraction. It makes things simple for end user or for anyone. So now listen carefully. The ultimate benefit of the abstraction is by hiding complex implementation, abstraction makes things simpler for end users. That's it. Abstraction is a concept. Now the question is how to implement abstraction, and here is the answer. Mostly in coding, we use abstract classes and interfaces for implementing abstraction. Great. Now in the upcoming questions, I will tell you what are abstract classes, interfaces, what is the difference between them, and what is the difference between abstraction and encapsulation, because there is some confusion in between them. Okay, so that I will explain in upcoming questions. What is the difference between abstraction and encapsulation? Most interviewers ask differences question because by differences question they can check your two concepts. Okay, so let's see three differences here between them. First difference is just the definition. Abstraction means showing only required things and hiding the background details, whereas encapsulation means it's the bundling of data and functions into a single unit. So that is the first difference between them. Hello friends, I explain you all the types
I have like the same thing on YouTube as well, but
of operations in the how to achieve abstraction 10 and 20 different value index of the array we can iterate. Okay, now array index of out of bound will be the error. So that is the
oh wow, this guy has that shit off for free. So maybe like getting this one would have been better, bro. This one seems like a better course in general. Fuck man, now I already bought one. Should I like sell my course because I've already done like I think I can sell it for in like under 2 weeks. Fuck bro. Man, I should have maybe like gotten this instead of the other one. I mean, the one I'm doing is okay. This has like spring as well. Maybe I could go through the spring part from it later on to do the thing, but so he has spring as well in the course. Feel like I've been doing the wrong course. Like, I've been thinking of like that one, and even this one looks better, bro. And in this one, it looks like pretty nice. Okay, it has like a lot of stuff that I do wanna do. This one generally looks like the best course in general. I feel like I might buy and go through this one after like finishing this one, and like after like a month I might go through this one. I just the scrapbook a story of in 21 minutes. Interfaces. Solid. Okay, this is like the design principle, like the solid thing. I mean, I think I could find like better like stuff that it's just that like having everything at one place is nice to do. But even design patterns, you have to have creational design pattern, singleton design pattern, factory and abstract factory design pattern, MVC design pattern, model view controller, font controller design pattern, front controller, chain of responsibility pattern, adapter design pattern. Oh my god, this one is actually nice. I feel like as well. Inner classes. Oops in Java. Oh yeah, flow control is nothing but that. I think this one is like even better than the other one because yeah, it has everything this one has, but better I feel like. But wrapper class is something I wanna do. Ah man, the one I've got. What I'm thinking is like, should I like sell it, get that money back, and how is this one like 25 hours, bro? I don't understand that. The fuck? Yeah, this one looks like actually pretty good, bro. I think I might just get this one because like it has design patterns as well. Like it does not have like a specific design principles and design patterns. I think that's like important. There's like any preview, bro.
Alright, so welcome to the first section of the course. In this section, we're going to be talking about few fundamental concepts of Java, including identifier, last important part. We have a variable, created one class with predefined class. Next question, can we have an identifier starting with a digit? So answer is no. Any identifier starting with digit is not considered a valid Java identifier. So we cannot have first variable as an identifier as you're starting your name with a digit. Next question, can we use reserved keyword as identifier? No, we cannot use reserved keywords as identifiers. For example, string final equals to final string. The reserved keyword in Java you cannot use.
I'm repenting on what I did not do. I'll get like another course. I'll get like one more course for like Java interview specific after finishing this one, like the one I was doing. I'll get one more and then basically as like a cross thing. Need to upload my resume in this. Okay, what I'll do is like I'll edit my resume now. I don't have any Java related projects in my resume. Any like Spring Boot projects. I need to upload whatever I have right now, then that means I cannot edit it. Once I have the Java interview. Fuck, bro, I closed that. Whatever, bro. I could just like sell the course, but also it does have Spring, so like going through that is going to be nice. I think I'll go through Spring section as well once my Spring is finished. I guess, yeah, I'm not going to sell this one, but I mean, there are some questions, but I don't think this is like good enough, bro. But I think I'll still go through it. Why not? Fuck it for now, bro. I'll finish abstraction for now. Abstractions. I mean, yeah, I think even this course is like good enough to cover like 80% of the topics. Of course, I would have liked a course that would have done 100%, but that would have never happened anyways. So going through this and one more course should get me to like 95, 97%, which is more than good enough for me. Also, like going through another course, like regardless if I would have gotten like a better course, is like a thing that I might have wanted to do still. Like I would not need to take notes then. I would just need to like watch through the videos, see if anything is like missing. It's like a revision, right? I'll do it like after, like when I'm nearly done, I'll buy the other course. For now, this should be good enough. Which is implementing abstraction.
Second difference is abstraction simplifies complexity by hiding unnecessary detail. Again, a very, very important question from interview point of view. Okay.
My mic was fucking muted for this long, bro. I was muted chat. I could do the resume building here, but what I'm thinking of is I need to also write an email right now. This is like honestly gonna take like a bit. I do not wanna call that right now, but why don't I like finish the lead code part for today and then do whatever I need to later on? Like both the email and that. I mean, email could be like a nice break, but after the email, I would be kind of fucked again. But I am not sure then. What are the next three like enter like the thing that I need to do? What like the next three fucking
question, and this is one of my favorite.
but this medium level question is pretty hard actually. I remember doing this question once, bro. This question took like some time, bro. It's kind of similar in the way like you need to go for that, then that, then that, and that. It's like you reduce like one of those, I think. Go to that and then reduce something, then go, like reduce something, then go. Oh yeah, you take like a plane which is like that, and then you like reduce from the start actually. You don't do it there. Yeah, we basically like reduce the matrix itself. So once we do that, we reduce the top. We do that, reduce the that. We do that, reduce the that. Do that, reduce the that. So we do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. So we need to return 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 8, 7, 4, 5. Good right now, man. Okay, I'll go through like a bit of neat code questions. I don't want to do a medium level question right now. So I did do two sum, and did I do contains duplicate? I did do contains duplicate. Did I do valid anagram? I haven't done valid anagram yet. Let me remember what this was about. Okay, yeah. Anagaram. T equals to Nagaram. Yeah, just make like a hash map with the amount of times a thing is in it. I mean, this one should be pretty easy. Pretty basic question of all time. I've done this like multiple times, so I know how to solve this one. Hash map. Char integer equals new hash map. All right. Next we need to string s and string t. Okay, map a, map b. We need like two of these. Map a, boy. We would need two maps, and we would need to return if the maps are exactly the same. Next thing we would need to do like a s-char list and a char list. So s dot split. It would be string array, right? And let's just have the string in it then. Array equals to no strings array string array of array equals to string array of array equals to s dot split, right? I think that is pretty doper density. S array, and we will have like a t array as well. Let me just compare like by going through it. Now we just need to populate both of the hash maps. So for int for int I equals 0, I plus I less than string, string s array dot length I plus if s array I if map a dot contains right, map a dot contains key, then basically map dot put s array of I comma map a dot get s array of I plus 1. Okay, I think that is far, if is that, and then else do, no, basically just else do that with a 1 by itself, right? We need to do like 2 different loops for 2 different strings. Okay, we have populated both the maps, and then we need to just compare the maps, right? We need to compare the key sets for the map sets. Yeah, after that we just need to do another loop for while 1 is less than 2. My god, the code looks like so big. It like should not be that big for like an easy question. But I'm trying to basically like do the bucket method of like bucketing each value with the thing. Not this, bro. Basically, while map dot entry string integer. Oh, it does not go there anyway, so entry map a dot entry that but if that would just have like an extra character then a word. Now if I can do this map a will equals to map b return return files. I mean, I don't think this should work. This would work, but why did I write an extra this? Do that. My god, that would again happen now. What? Map dot put. Oh. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, yeah. I mean, we cannot compare the maps directly, and I know that. So, to see how to compare them, I need to probably use gupt, big boy gupt. Oh, okay. Now understand. Dot equals करना था. Dot equals में भी. Okay, so I should just for everything that is the case then. Okay. Yeah, I need to do that. Okay. Beats 5%, beats 6%, bro. Amazing solution, brother Mans. I did a solution in July, brother. July of all things, brother. Bro, I have to have cheated in this question. Like, there's no way I just did it. Ooh, first try I do this? There's no way first try I do that, bro, ever. S dot to char array. Okay. Oh yeah, this is another solution, right? Like you could just like sort it. Sare and tare. Have I never implemented this like fucking map version ever? Yeah, have I never run the fucking. Bro, there's no way I've never done the map solution before, bro. I've never done the map solution before. Wow, I've never done the map solution for this before, bro. There's no way. This is the first time I've done the map solution. I'm actually proud of that. Oh, that is this gonna be better in term? Okay, it's better in terms of like efficiency, I guess, in both senses, but whatever, dude. I've done matter diagram. I mean, there's another solution like the this one. I'm not sure what's happening here. Well, let me see what's happening here, bro. Int list of an s count and int list of a t count, new integer with 26 length. Okay. New integer array of 26 length and character array. We are using two char array to turn a string into a character array. Okay, for char C in S array, S count C minus A. So this would basically do like calculation of the ASCII for us, and that would be like the third position. But would that be the third position? Yeah, this should come out to be 3. Why are we adding 1 to it? Shouldn't we subtract 1 from it? Shouldn't we minus equals to 1 here? S count C minus A, T count D minus A. Oh, no, no, no. We are only like, okay, so that is just the index. But shouldn't the index be like minus 1 as well? Because like indexing. Why are we not subtracting 1 from the index when mapping from a particular alphabet? Why not do, I don't know what A and C really mean. In Java, characters from Unicode or ASCII integer values. A equals to 97, C is 99. Oh, since A, okay, so if you do A minus A, it would always be 0, it won't be 1. Yeah. 1 more, we would get negative 1. Yeah, okay. I might be retarded, brother. This one is nice. Now, 242 valid anagram would be added to the list. Yo, no, Cody, never do that. So what is happening, man? Why is it copying the link too? Actually, this is 15. Next is the group anagrams. The valid anagrams was way easier, I would say. Okay, valid palindrome is gonna be easy though, so I might do valid palindrome before. No, what is this list, bro? Why did I type this, bro? No, why is it showing all of them instead of like this? Just trying to learn again. Group anagrams. How have I done this multiple times over the course of the description time? Oh, this one was the bucket solution, bro. I was This is a list of strings. Okay, no, list of string is what we need to return. Ready? Would I just use like sort? Like, would I like sort and add the sort in the map as the button? Hash map from what? List. Hash map, which is like a char array, comma string map equals to new hash map. On YouTube, buddy, you can do that on YouTube, buddy. Fuck, 3 views, I don't like that. Oh, 3 views, I don't like that. I don't take it there. Oh, 3 views, I don't like that. Yo, this microphone has been terrible, bro. Like, why does it sound so bad? I don't take it there. Oh, 3 views, I don't like that. Yo, this microphone has been terrible, bro. Like, why does it sound so bad? No ideas. Mustard is some nice, bro. For int I equals 0. Okay, so we have the hash map. The next thing is like convert the thing into a 2-char array every single time. Convert the string into a char array, right? Char array of sare equals, I'll just call it an array, why not? CRS of I dot char array. Wow. Now we have that, right? We can just call it char array, bro. If map dot contains key array, no, list of strings. The fuck, why I get a mail, bro? List of strings. Okay, yeah. If map.key contains that, then map.put map.get char array array add TRS of I. Map.put, I mean, then we would just need to return new array list map.values. Would this work? I mean, there are going to be like a gazillion problems at the start, though. Bro, I'm not even like bad thesis. Correct, bro. Cat cannot be a key. Oh my god, bro. Oh. But we would need to change the entire code based on that. Get sorted key dot add strings of I. Okay. Oh, bro, there's so much like work here, bro. Dan nat t8 bat 8. For creating the string. Oh. Oh. I never started it before creating this string. Now this should work. Map.contains is sorted. Map.get sorted dot add of I. Temp add strf of I. Yeah. Do I need to write anything of this? Strings already got a new string caps. Hmm. New array list map dot values. Okay, that works out. Yeah, I had already written this. Done already, done already, done already. Sorted dot add. Hmm. Could have used this. Could have used this. Could have used this. Map dot put if absent sorted comma new array list. Yeah, I mean it would still take 2 turns, so whatever, it's good enough. Yup. Our first medium question of the thingy. Top k frequent elements. Nani corre. I did it in Python in December for some reason. Here an integer array nums and an integer k. Return the k most frequent elements. You may return the answer in any order. Okay, I need to first do the thing for that as well. Need to add in the group anagrams. I want to not take another link, brother. Wait a minute, I think. Okay, now I understand. Need to add some text beforehand to make it not. Oh, it's medium. It's medium, brother. It's medium, brother. Did the medium question today. That is nice. That is nice, brother. What's the next question? Top के frequent elements. Integer randoms and integer can return the k most frequent elements. You must return the answer in any order. I mean, again, we could just create a thing with a count, right? We could create a it is guaranteed that the answer is unique. Like we could have a key and then a value of how many times it. Here one exists how many times? 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 exists 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 exists twice. We cannot have the same amount of numerous in it, brother. This one is gonna be tough. This will be gonna be tough. This one will be going to be tough. What does 280 online mean? Lead coders studying this problem. Bro, 280 lead coders are doing this problem. That is tough, brother. I mean, this is gonna be the last question for today. After that, I'm done. Pretty fast. I mean, not really that fast considering I did take a break in between. But I would still need to write the email and maybe even do the resume after this session. But yeah, this was my goal to like finish the thing in under like 4 hours usually. I mean, I think I could like do it in like 3 hours if I get good at it, but yeah. I don't know. Number of unique elements in the array. Not sure about that. If I can't see, I can make a map with the values. Let's say I have a hash map with key being a number and values being the occurrences of that number in a list. Could I then sort the map based on the descending order of occurrences, which are the values of the map. Yes, you absolutely can sort a hash map by descending order of values. I myself is an order. What we really need to do is create a sorted view of its entries, either as a list or linked map. Let's say I have map the list map dot entry. What the fuck is this, bro? You more complex and like sorting by value. If entry does not get value, then entry does not get j dot get value. Oh, then they're using a stream, bro. I don't want to do all that, brother. Like, just make it normal, brother. List dot sort a comma b. B dot get value dot compare to a dot get value. What is happening in this line, bro? Get key. What are you doing in this line? What does list sort do? Hello?
क्या मंगवा सकते हैं जो 25-30 मिनट में आ जाए और चाय के साथ स्नैक्स।
क्यों देना है आपको? कुछ भी मंगवा लो ना। अच्छा, तो कुछ भी खाने के लिए मंगवा लो, 25-30 मिनट में क्या दिक्कत है? मैं कैसे मंगवा दूँ यार? मैं कुछ काम कर रहा हूँ, आपके फ़ोन से भी तो मंग ही जाएगा, क्या करना है उसमें? आप क्या कुछ भी मंगवा दो, लाइक आपको क्या चाय के साथ क्या मतलब वो देना है, क्या कहते हैं पैकेट जो चीज़ें What is a lambda expression? Bro, I hate lambda expressions, bro. Bro, there's so many things just keeps on happening, bro. Fuck this shit, bro. I'm generally not in the mood to do this shit right now. I'm gonna do some socializing right now, man. Ah, but it's just not in my hand now, is it? The expressions, bro. My mind blowing. I don't want to do this question right now. I think because I'm just like too far. I'll just do like one valid palindrome. I'll just do the valid palindrome, man. Input S equals to main, a plane, a candle, Panama, main, a plane, a candle, Panama, Panama, Panama. Please, a car. Okay, so first of all, I think I'll just create a character array. After that, I think I'll just clean the array. I have a character array from a given string input. I want to just keep alphabets in it and remove it on web that. Yeah, I could just use a string builder now, right? String builder is equals to new string builder for int I equals 0 minus 10 cap I plus char c equals char I. Not sure about that. We are not sure about that, brother. Oh man. A plan. A canal. A man, a plan, a canal. Panama. Get is letter C S P but append. Yeah, I could just convert the SP again to Oh yeah, while left click R is the correct way to do it. While left is less than right. If string string w is to string right value start boolean continue plus return result. Oh, loop issue left plus plus right minus minus. I don't think other than that there would be any issue. Why the fuck is it still increasing the time limit, man? Left should always increase. Anji, bolo. And again, I need to go AFK again. Might need to go AFK again, bro. Some guests are at the home. I wanted to do write the email before going. Keyboard letters convert to lowercase. Mismatch found not a palindrome. I mean, yeah, it would just like stop then, right? Like it won't continue. Okay. I think it should also like letter or number is letter or number. How do you do is letter or digit, bro? Bro. I genuinely don't care. They're like just making the palindrome thing like hard for no reason. Like you could just have the normal palindrome without any problem. Is letter or digit? Yeah, that's good. I think I'll get ready. Should I do a stop? I'm not sure how long it will take me to come back up, bro. Also, that like I've done like this stuff for today. So what's left is just the resume editing and writing the email. So I might just like end stream anyways. Genuinely speaking, I don't think I did this question by myself, so I'm gonna add it. Not gonna add it right now. Yeah, there's no point of adding it right now. Well, 250. Why not? Wise knots. Wise of the knots, brother. Wise of the knots. Yeah, I'll do 4 questions tomorrow. Let's see. I would write 2 out of 3. Why not? Bro, why is he coming with her now, bro? Like, he had a whole ass family, no? Like, there's no way, bro. Like, okay, guy like me has done like hella wrong things in my life, so I should be the last person to judge anybody else, genuinely speaking. So I will be trying to be as neutral as possible. I mean, not like I have the guts to do anything else anyways. Put the 2026 Warriors in their prime. Al Horford, 87. Bro, this guy thinks Jimmy Butler was a 95 in his prime, bro. At best 91, bro. He had one good season with the Miami Heat, bro. Like, let's be real about 2026 Warriors in their prime. Al Horford, 87. Bro, this guy thinks Jimmy Butler was a 95 in his prime, bro. At best 91, bro. He had one good season with the Miami Heat, bro. Like, let's be real about 2026 Warriors in their prime. Al Horford, 87. Oh, yeah. Yo, what do you mean, bro? Like, life is never gonna be Persona, but whatever. That's it for today's stream. I think I've